Yes. Okay, so I'm going to start the public hearing. I'm passing out an amendment to this bill. A couple of those. Okay. Okay. Here's the. Okay. Why don't you go ahead, John?
Good morning, Commerce Committee. For the record, my name is Representative John Patusik, Rockingham 13. I'm here to introduce House Bill 1257 relative to contracts between public adjusters and the insured. The prime sponsor is Representative Hunt. And the bill provides that a property insurance policy shall not prohibit the insured from hiring a public adjuster. The bill is at the request of the insurance department. Any questions can be directed to the folks following me. Thank you very much.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah. So the amendment I just passed is for the next bill. So people aren't confused. Yes. Good morning. Yes.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Joshua Hilliard. I'm the Compliance and Enforcement Counsel at the New Hampshire Insurance Department, and I want to thank you for your time, particularly the chairman, who I know was instrumental in getting this bill forward, as well as the committee to consider it today. Just brief background, the insurance department initially brought this forward really as a prophylactic measure. It's not a concern we've seen happen in New Hampshire, but in other states. But we've received a number of comments, and the department would really like additional time to consider it. So what I'd request today is that this bill be marked inexpedient to legislate, or whatever procedural process is best to allow the department and other interested parties additional time to consider this.
Good idea.
Happy to take any questions if there's any questions.
Any questions from the committee? I guess when you say kill it, so I'm not going to ask anything more. All right, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak on 1257? Okay, I guess. Yeah. So. Yeah. So. Yeah. Okay. We will have a subcommittee on this bill and discuss why the story behind it, and explain to everybody why we don't really. Because normally that we would do a subcommittee. So when you say let's explore it, but the department really has no great motivation to want to pass this legislation because it affects the secondary market, and you don't really regulate that anyways, right?
And at this point, there's no real drive to. There was some insightful comments that suggested that the ill this bill was trying to combat, which again was prophylactic in nature. We haven't seen this in the state, is already adequately covered with the laws that are in place. So given that, there didn't seem to be a great need to pass this.
Great. Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I have no other cards or comments. We'll close the public hearing on that one. Okay. See, I was not expecting that. You do marvelous work, George. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 1259 and hear from Representative Patusek. Good morning, Representative Patusek.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt and my Commerce Committee. House Bill 1259,
Yes.
an act relative to property and casualty insurance laws administered by the Insurance Department. The analysis, this bill clarifies the distinction between personal and commercial lines in homeowners' policies, permits the use of electronic communication for auditable basis policies, and requires the insurer to state the specific reason for cancellation or refusal to renew a policy. This bill is also a request of the Insurance Department. If there's any questions, I'm sure the folks following me will be exceedingly happy to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll call on our property expert, James Fox. Good morning.
Thank you very much for having us here today.
Yeah, you have to push the button.
Thank you.
You gotta make the red light on. There.
Property and Casualty Insurance, James Fox, and he will speak to the specific details, but thank you again for letting us speak today.
Okay. And now you've introduced yourself, so I'm going to make you afterwards fill out a pink card so we know.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And welcome aboard.
Good morning. My name is James Fox. I am the P&C director. This is what we usually like to call our a bit of a cleanup bill or a modernization bill. And it has basically, if you boil it down, it's got three parts. The first part is there is in insurance land a distinction between commercial insurance and personal lines insurance. So if you're a homeowner, you have a personal lines insurance, and if you're a business, you have a commercial lines. And where exactly that line is drawn is always a question. The current standard we have is, in the department's opinion, more detailed than it needs to be. We've had a couple of insurance companies come in and say they think they should be able to write a particular product on a personal lines basis and not have to do commercial lines. And it was we had detailed the law so much that I told them that they weren't going to be allowed to do that. After internal discussion, we decided that the best thing to do was to dial back that a little bit and just make it that it's personal lines if it's for personal use, is for personal, family, or household needs. So if a policy is being issued by the insurance company now for personal, family, or household needs, then it needs to be on a personal line basis. And then usually how it works is, other than that, it would be on a commercial lines basis. So that's how we'll draw the line. The department has historically not wanted to get too into the company's business on exactly what they're going to write on a personal lines basis versus a commercial lines basis. There's certain things that are clearly must be commercial, certain things clearly need to be personal, but there's also a gray area, and we think it's best for the market to let the companies control that. So that was the basis for that change. The next change is on auditable policies. So if you don't know what an auditable policy is, that's workers' compensation is a classic example. That's a situation where the company's basically estimating the risk up front and then estimating your premium. And then at the end of the policy period, they come in and they do an audit, and they determine then exactly what you should pay for that period. The only change in that is that it used to just say the insurance company could do it by telephone or mail. That's a bit outdated, considering virtual means now, such as Teams and Zoom. So now we just want to change that to allow the companies to be able to interact with their insureds businesses via electronic communication like Teams and Zoom. And then the last change before the requested amendment we made was that we wanted the insurance companies in personal lines property to state the specific reason for a cancellation, which is pretty consistent with our rules in most instances. But in the old version, it said there was a more complicated process for the insured to be able to get the reason why the cancellation was being issued. Cancellations are pretty limited in the state of New Hampshire. So we thought it would be better and more consumer friendly if we just state that the insurance company must state the basis for the cancellation. They do it in commercial lines now. This is in personal lines. So that we don't think that should be a problem. The last change we're requesting is that in our adjuster law, we have, this is a requested amendment of in our adjusters law. So we license adjusters. So we have a claim. The person who comes out and investigates the claim, that's the adjuster. We have noticed that for solely glass claims, and that means your automobile claim, that is a very simple process that's generally been automated now. Doesn't really require a human at all, and not a licensed human. If your windshield is cracked, you are entitled to either a fix or a new one if you have auto glass coverage. And if there's any problem with that, they will know to contact the department, because then it would be a statement by the insurance company that like the claim is being denied. So we don't feel that almost ministerial task to just swap out a piece of glass, as opposed to say there's a damage to the car and the damage actually to the vehicle needs to be investigated. Like, well, there's frame damage, there's all different kinds of damage that are possible. So it's such a simple damage. If it's solely a glass claim, we'd like it to be that they don't need to have an adjuster. And we have noticed that the companies, most of them are wanting that change, and we don't think it in any way compromises the consumer's protection. So those are the kind of, I'd call them mostly modernization and cleanup, and a little bit of further consumer protection in the context of a cancellation that the department requests. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, Representative Gibbs has a question.
Thank you. And thank you for coming today. Can you tell us the reason that a couple of things were deleted from the definition of personal risk, specifically owner-occupied 1 to 4 family buildings and mobile homes were deleted?
Sure, I can tell you that the owner occupied was actually the driving force for the change. That we had so the old really had to be owner occupied in less than 4 units, I believe. We had a situation where someone was just renting out their condo. They owned a condo. They were just renting out the condo, and the insurance company, and that is actually how it generally does work, wanted to write that on a personal lines basis, and we said, well, it's not owner occupied, so you can't. And that seemed internally at the insurance department to be inconsistent with how we thought it should operate. So that's why we wanted to change it to be not be owner occupied and just be a decision based upon more of a holistic view of what's happening. So that the owner occupied was actually the primary problem, and that's why we got rid of that. And the mobile homes, that I think that was an issue with just the language and the issue of like a recreational vehicle. And we didn't think it was necessary to have that in there separate, that if it's, so that would be covered still, but it would be covered in the sense of whether it's just for family, personal family or household needs, that we didn't need to single out mobile homes in the list. This is for all personal risks. Like, we can list tons of different personal risks, and we didn't think that mobile homes needed to be in there. Homeowners is the main one version, and then the other automobile, but we didn't feel that you needed to have a mobile home on the list. It was just like redundant and unnecessary.
Representative Bloom.
Thank you for taking my question. You were talking about glass claims. They're pretty simple, but they really aren't sometimes because of the electronics that are embedded in the glass. Would you need an agent to come and look at that to assess the damage, or how are they dealing with that now?
No, so you get your car back to pre-loss condition. So pre-loss condition, in that case, the insurance companies know would be whatever type of windshield you had. So if you have, like my car, I have an old car, so it's just a regular piece of glass you throw in. But in that case, a high-tech window, then the insurance company knows that they need to have a high-tech window, and that would not need adjustment. Adjusters are more like to look at the exact and like write quotes and like this. So, but in that case, it's very clear. If you have a wind thing where if it rains or windshield wipers turn on or something like that, then that is the type of glass you get. The only other issue is whether it's original equipment manufacturer or aftermarket parts, but that wouldn't involve this issue either. So you would still get that, and all the insurance companies know that wouldn't be a concern. You wouldn't need an adjuster for that.
Representative Faxon.
Just to be clear, I have an auditable workman's comp policy, which I complete electronically now with my carrier. I've had glass claims with fancy electronic windshields, which are basically carried out between the glass shop and the carrier again. Is this not permissible under current law?
You hit the nail on the head on that one. That is the issue. So, how the industry is going is that the insurance companies have made deals with glass companies, and if you call in for just a glass claim, that shifts you over. I won't name the name of the company, but there's one particular company, SafeLight. I will name it. So that shifts you to SafeLight. They do the whole process, and we have not. We've done exams on this. We have not found a problem with SafeLight. They seem to be a good company. We have not found problems with glass claims. The only problem we found is that they don't have adjusters licenses, and then we require the insurance company at this point to have an adjuster assigned to each glass claim. And then the issue then came up: why are you requiring us to do this? And then the issue: well, the law says we have to do that. But we understand that the simplicity of a glass claim wouldn't need that change, but we said we need to go to the legislature to ask, we're in the enforcement branch, so we need to go to the legislature to ask them to alter the law, which we've done before on, this is not the first time we've been here on the adjusters. First notice of loss was another issue. They technically, under the law, they needed to have an adjuster's license to do a first notice of loss when you call the insurance company. And we changed that a few years ago to say that the first notice of loss is more of a clerical act, so you don't need that. So we're kind of trying to be balance the needs of industry. You don't want to burden them too much, because then that's when your rates go up. So we want to burden them when there's a consumer protection need to do it. And with glass, our position at this point is that there isn't. Now, obviously, if it becomes a problem later, then we'll be back here explaining that. I will say, which I've done before, I've made a mistake. But I think we're right on this. We've looked at it pretty extensively.
Further question, may I inquire?
So, and essentially, it's the same thing with a workers' comp. I mean, my workers, I just send them, I email them the 941s, and that's basically the end of the conversation.
Yeah, usually it's pretty simple, but this was just our actuary thought that we should change the language of the law, because it just says phone and mail, to make it phone mail and on virtual. Yeah, that you could already do, but this is more for the audit in terms of interacting, like so you could have in person, so that would be one version, then and then you'd have the electronic version, which would already be maybe you could argue mail is email, but this would basically make it clear that the insurance company and the insured can do it all electronically, everything that needs to be done.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for bringing this legislation. In a previous life, I used to repair windshields a long time ago. And the way it worked, this was a different state. If a consumer got a chip, that the insurance company would just send us out to repair the chip. They would waive the deductible because it saved them from replacing the entire windshield. And it seemed to work just fine. So this amendment would cover that scenario, correct?
Yeah, that would be a pure glass claim. It would need an adjuster assigned to it.
Representative Porcelli.
On the cancellation, thank you for taking my question. On the cancellation, I was hoping that maybe you could repeat why the language in the bill was struck.
Because so we have auto, and we have commercial, and we have personal lines, 3 cancellation statutes. And the only one that doesn't have the state the specific reason, which is what we usually do in a lot of contexts, like if there's going to be a denial, is the personalized one. So that's like the homeowner. It didn't just straight say to tell them the reason why you're canceling them, and the insurance company will know the reason because there are very few reasons you can't cancel. So the what we used to be in there is that you'd have to go through this process. The consumer would need to go through this process to get the answer. So we didn't think it was a significant burden on the insurance company just in the first instance to tell in the cancellation notice why it was being canceled, as opposed to a process like if you contact us in writing, request that. So it's just a pro-consumer change.
Great, thank you.
So actually, a couple of these actually are would strike home for me. Today or this week, and it would be an employer's a commercial, but I had a deer attack the side of one of my employees' trucks, and of course the insurance company thinks it was only Liberty Mutual. They only thought it was going to be $2,600, and we haven't got any quotes less than $6,000 for it. But that's a commercial. But everything is done online now. I mean, none of these agents or adjusters are not New Hampshire based. I mean, even though Liberty Mutual does have business here, but I don't know if they
The only requirement, they have to be licensed in New Hampshire, but they can be based a lot of different places, but they need to be licensed here.
So that license must be fairly inexpensive, right?
They are. I don't know the exact number, but they are. That is one of when companies. So no matter where the company is, if the accident involves a New Hampshire insured, we say that they have to have a New Hampshire license because they're adjusting with all of our rules.
Right.
And then they say, well, we'd have to pay for that. And then I know. The answer usually is it's very inexpensive to do that. So, and if you have an adjuster who's already licensed in another state, it's very easy to get a New Hampshire license.
But it's for the fundamental purpose that if there was a consumer complaint, that you have a reason to talk to the company and this adjuster and say, "You sure you want to take that stance? Otherwise, we might pull your license."
Correct. Yep.
John
That
Hunt's
is,
rule
it's
of
another
licensure.
lever on. Adjusters like to protect their licenses.
Okay, section 1. Ironically, where this strikes to home for me a little bit is that my home is a vacation rental, and some people think that's a commercial application. Now, so far the courts have pretty much held up that it's a residential, and I would guess, have you had any problems with vacation rentals when it comes to is the property insured, and will the insurer pay for
it's insured. That is everybody seems to come with the reason we're doing these things. That is the reason. The primary driver behind this, though, is that when you said some people think this, some people think that, we didn't feel that the insurance department should require every insurance company to view specific fact patterns one way, because in very detail, because and that may sound nice in a certain context in a vacuum, but the problem is when you tell a company exactly you must do it this way and very detailed, and that means every time it falls outside that detail, then they don't do it that way, even though you meant, no, I meant you, I know that one you should do that way too. So it's the department's experience. And this really started in auto when we did and as most people probably know, we have a take all commerce states. Insurance companies have to sell to everybody. And one of the things we did a bulletin. We're going to put in the bulletin. We're going to explain the exact line between personal lines and commercial lines, and that became quite a discussion and quite a disagreement. And then it got to the point where this should not be in a bulletin, and the department should not be taking a strong stance. We should have the stance of the insurance companies should operate their businesses. And if it's the word I use, if it passes a straight face test, that's fine. If a particular insured doesn't think it should be, for example, if they say this a commercial, we're not going to view it as a personal in this particular fact pattern, then the department's always position in a lot of areas is then you should shop your insurance. We have a competitive market. We have a lot of different insurance companies you can go to, so shop your business, as opposed to locking the insurance companies in and then having unintended consequences, which are significantly worse for the consumer.
So that means that it's really up to the insurance company whether they want to treat it as a personal residence or a commercial residence.
As long as as a straight face, we could say it falls within personal, family, or household needs. That is the last sentence is going to control everything before
But
that.
at the end of the day, it's really their decision what they want to cover.
it's
the
the
property.
it's going to
They
be
have, it's the obligations on them to make that determination.
right. And then
before
we
they
do
issue the
market
policy
conduct, and
to
if we went in on a market conduct basis and we said this company is not listening, not following the three rules of personal, family, or household needs, then we would say you got to stop that. You got to change direction. So that's how we handle that. So it's one of our units goes into insurance companies and tests these things.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee members? Seeing none, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I don't think I have any other cards, right? Nobody else wants to speak on this? Okay, we will close. Blue sheet. Oh, yeah, the blue sheets. Okay, so we have George Rose Hose is in support, and Joan Pagano is also in support, and Jim Hayden is in support. And we close the public hearing. Okay. Okay, let's go through John's testimony. welcome to Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. For the record, I am Representative Jose Cambrils, Merrimack County, District 4, representing the towns of Canterbury and Loudoun. I speak to you today on this organ donor rights bill as someone who received a life-saving kidney transplant just 4 years ago. So I am very familiar with all aspects of the organ donation and transplant process. HB 1155, the Living Donor Protection Act, is a common sense bipartisan bill. As its name implies, this law would simply protect any living organ donor from losing or being able to obtain life insurance, and would also protect them from discriminatory premium hikes on the sole basis of their having donated an organ to somebody. What I have found is that insurance companies have a wide range of policies, both written and unwritten, when it comes to this subject matter. And those that do not discriminate now could do so in the future. Discrimination against living organ donors has, can, and could continue to occur without this law. The reality is that organ donors have to be in superior health in order to be a donor in the first place. They go through a very rigorous health screening before they are allowed to donate. Some insurance companies then punish them, calling their organ donation a pre-existing condition. In practice, they should be giving the organ donors discounts on their insurance, given that they have been proven to be in excellent health and the fact that they just saved another person's life, thus saving the company from paying out death insurance for that individual. This law is not asking for favorable or special treatment for living organ donors. It is just asking for equal treatment and protection against penalties. You can see that this bill has been co-sponsored by leadership in both the House and the Senate from both Republican and Democrat parties. I respectfully request an ought-to-pass recommendation from this committee. I would like to defer the rest of my time and your questions to John Hoffman. He is here today to testify as the Senior Director of State Policy and Advocacy for the National Kidney Fund. He is the subject matter expert on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Okay. Thank you very much. John Hoffman. Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today.
There you go.
Is it on now? Sorry.
Yeah.
It's always a learning experience. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. On behalf of the people we serve in New Hampshire, including 1,881 residents currently living with end-stage renal disease, we respectfully request that you support HB 1155, sponsored by Representative Cambril. This important bill will prohibit life, disability, and long-term care insurance providers from discrimination solely on the basis of the status of being a living organ donor. The American Kidney Fund is the nation's leading nonprofit organization working on behalf of the 37 million Americans living with kidney disease and the millions more at risk, with an unmatched scope of programs that support people wherever they are in their fight against kidney disease, from prevention through transplant. Today in the United States, there are 103,000 people on a waiting list for an organ transplant, including more than 90,000 who are waiting for a kidney. The wait for a kidney transplant from a deceased donor can last years, and 13 people die every day waiting for a kidney. This is where living donors come in. They save lives with the selfless act of donating a kidney, and we need to do everything we can to protect them and make more living donation possible. When someone donates a kidney to a relative, a friend, or a stranger, they shorten the transplant waiting list for everyone else. In addition, kidneys from living organ donors generally last longer than kidneys from deceased donors. Nearly 7,000 living donor kidney transplants were performed last year, including 14 here in New Hampshire. Kidneys are the most common organ transplanted from living donors, followed by liver and lung. In addition to transforming the lives of kidney patients, organ transplant can have a significant economic impact. If a person of working age gets a kidney transplant, they are often able to return to a normal life without dialysis and resume working, as most dialysis patients are not able to work. The cost of a transplant is lower than long-term kidney dialysis. HB 1155 helps to encourage becoming a living organ donor in New Hampshire by removing a potential hurdle by prohibiting that discrimination we talked about. Insurers in 18 states and Washington, D.C., where there is no prohibition against discrimination, can deny coverage, raise existing donor premiums, or rescind existing life insurance coverage after organ donation is disclosed. This problem is widespread but underreported. In 2014, the American Journal of Transplantation wrote, among 186 donors who changed or initiated life insurance after donation, 46 or 25% of them reported difficulty. Among those who reported difficulty, 23 were denied altogether, 27 were charged a higher premium, and 17 were told they have a pre-existing condition because they were kidney donors. In this single center study, a high proportion of kidney donors reported difficulty changing or initiating insurance, particularly life insurance. These practices by insurers create unnecessary burden and stress for those choosing to donate and could negatively impact the likelihood of live kidney donation among those considering. This discrimination need not be universal among insurance companies to be an active impediment to organ donation. People who are considering becoming a donor may receive a new quote or an impression from their existing life insurer that rates may increase, and they will walk away or can walk away from the process, leaving that person with organ failure to search for another match. Nicole, a nurse practitioner living here in New Hampshire who I spoke to yesterday, lost her mother last April from end-stage renal disease. She waited 6 years for a matching organ donor while she was on dialysis, but none came. This bill has passed in 32 states, is bipartisan and non-controversial. The National Council of Insurance Legislators has authored consensus model legislation that this bill is based on. The American Council of Life Insurers has supports this particular bill and federal legislation that is looking to address the same issue. We believe that removing financial burdens for living donors can lead to an increase in organ donations. For these reasons, we're hopeful for your support of this legislation that can improve the lives of those fighting organ failure. Thank you again for your consideration of this critical issue. For all those reasons, we respectfully ask that you do report this bill. I look forward to answering any questions that you might have.
Representative Terry.
Thank you. So I'm just curious as to how pernicious the life insurance companies or the companies that offer life insurance and long-term care are with respect to existing policyholders. Are there provisions written into LTC policies and life insurance policies that if you happen to be an organ donor, you can be canceled if you donate an organ during the period of time which you are covered? So I'm thinking personally right now, because that's where I begin. So I have a life insurance policy. I have a long-term care policy. If I were to donate a kidney, first of all, I'm wondering how the life insurance company or the LTC company is going to find out that I did that. But let's just say that they did. Would they be able to cancel because somewhere in my policies there's a provision that they can do that? Or are they canceling under some broader, non-specific term? Thank you.
Typically, as that study that I mentioned in my testimony mentioned, that it's treated as a pre-existing condition for new people. Yes. That's your point. And it's only disclosed. People tend to disclose those things on an annual basis if they're considering doing it. Less so after the fact. To your point. So they're terminating insurance based, I think, on there's not a specific written component in their insurance where they're able to do it. To your point, it's not something that's written down in policy.
Follow up,
please.
Further question, maybe.
Do you have any? You cited a bunch of statistics. Do you have any statistics that indicate the scope of the problem with respect to existing policyholders being canceled because the company finds out that the insured has donated an organ? Do you have any data on that?
I don't. I can
Because
tell.
we got 32 states that have done this. So
Sure.
I'm just wondering, somebody must have asked this question. I can't imagine I'm the first.
You're not. The challenge is typically with those who have yet to get coverage. That's why I spoke about the ones addressed. Those are the ones we are most reaching out for because those are the people that are proactively searching
Sure.
or asking the question. There are some that are having their coverage terminated, but it's a much smaller problem based on, I think what I said in the testimony was in that study, of the 186, the 25% that reported difficulty, 27 were charged a higher premium, but none in this particular study were terminated from existing coverage. It was just the prospective future donors.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Representative McAleer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify this. I actually was life insurance licensed way back when. And the only thing we had back then was like a 2-year incontestability clause. So nothing like this would have happened. But you're telling me, if I get this straight, that policies that are written now actually include this. In other words, if in 3 years you become a donor, we can cancel you or raise your premium. Is that correct?
That's what's happening for this population in this study. correct.
And how long has that been going on?
These
It's
bills
fairly
have
new, I would think.
these bills have been in place since I think 2016, 2017, when this has started to become addressed. The federal bill was introduced for the first time 3 Congresses ago. This is the reason why. So I mentioned NCOIL. So the National Council of Insurance Legislators took this up because they were brought the same study that I'm mentioning about this 25%, this large. I mean, that's a large number of potential buyers who are being dissuaded from becoming living organ donors. That's why they supported the bill. That's why they wrote model language, because they were realizing that this is a growing problem, one that's new, because I think also more attention's being paid to live organ donation now than previously. I think maybe when you were covering that was not as pervasive of a, and we're happy about that, right? We're glad that it's becoming more commonplace. But I think that's been the increase in number of donations is leading to the increase in number of people who are having their insurance scrutinized.
Representative Spear.
Thank you. So I know that the prognosis for a person receiving a kidney transplant is very good, and they go on to live pretty good lives like the rest of us. How about the donors? Do they have any kind of, do you have some numbers on how well they do?
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think the reason underpinning this entire bill and why discrimination is inappropriate is that there's no additional actuarial risk for someone who's given a kidney. If they've gone through the process where they have been tested, they are deemed healthy, they're able to give this kidney, they're going to have just as long and positive of a life that they would have had beforehand. Kidney is the only organ that you have essentially a spare of. Your numbers are the same before and after you donate as far as your blood work goes. So those people who are able to donate are already, as mentioned previously by the bill sponsor, they're already have indicated a high level of health, that they are super fit to continue doing this. So they're able to run marathons after the fact. They're able to have the same healthy life that they had beforehand, except for now another person has had their life dramatically extended by that organ donation.
I gotta cut in here. Most of our insurance regulated, and I assumed it was all, but I do know life insurance is a whole different animal. But because you can be tested for pre-existing conditions, but generally you can't rate someone on something that you don't have evidence that is statistically correct. So does life insurance exempt from that?
They've been using from the judgment of those two groups, those national groups, they've been using data that is not supported by other science. So they're able to, because there's no regulation on this particular finding, they're able to use either their own proprietary information, non-medically accepted data that says that life outcomes are different for donors, or that actuarial risk is higher for people.
Right. So they found something to offer it up to defend their using this as
my understanding,
as a rating factor. Okay. But NCOIL rejected their
finding. Correct. They looked at the same scientific data they had legislators present, and they said that from our understanding and all the data we've been presented, there is no additional actuarial risk. So we believe that a legislation at the federal level, which sets a floor for an understanding for all insurance providers, is necessary. And in lieu of that, we passed it in 32 states to try to.
That brings up a whole nother can of worms, and to think of what else is going on in the life insurance market, where these actuarials are cooking up the numbers.
I can't speak to that, unfortunately.
Okay, Representative Terry again.
So I can envision how this could happen with a situation where somebody is applying for life insurance or long-term care, and the person discloses, I was an organ donor. Okay. I'm fully in support of the bill, but so I can understand how that could happen, and we want to deal with that in this bill. We do. What I'm trying to understand is that a life insurance policy, a long-term care policy, is effectively a contract. What language in these contracts is being appealed to, or utilized, I should say, is being utilized as a basis for discontinuing coverage to a policyholder who's become an organ donor during the time in which the person is a policyholder?
Sure.
what provision are they utilizing to
I'd like-
do this?
I'd like to.
What is the language and where is it, so to speak?
I'd like to sort of consult with my coworkers to try to figure what that is. I think it varies by state what particular clause is being either violated or being appealed to. And so if I'd like to provide that subsequently to this hearing, I'd like to do that.
Would you get that? I'm really curious.
I would venture to say that most people, this occurs when they renew their driver's license. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. There's no additional actuarial risk for living kidney donors. Do you have similar information for donors of other types of organs?
For liver and for I don't have it with me as well, but I can only speak to kidneys. I know that the recovery process for liver donation is a lot longer than that of kidney. I think it's 2 to 3 times longer, but I believe the same just as kidneys donors have to go through a very rigorous screening and matching process. I believe that the outcomes are similar to kidney, but I can speak only with severe, like, high levels of confidence about kidneys.
Okay, Representative Grassi.
My question is sort of on the line of Representative Terry's questions and the concern I have, are you seeing this in mainstream insurance carriers, or is this something that's coming up with just some of these fly-by-night insurance carriers that'll give you really, really low rates, but really, really crappy coverage?
I think that's a great question. I think we have seen the larger national organizations support this legislation, likely because they are not themselves part of this discrimination. So it's really, I think, I know Allstate is generally supportive of legislation in this space. There are some other larger groups that have indicated not being in opposition to them. So I think to your point, I think that there is a likely chance that there are some of the minor players who are operating in a this is a non-regulated, life insurance is not a non-regulated space, but this particular element of risk assessment and actuarial risk assessment is currently happening.
For further question, so what you're saying is that most of the mainstream insurance carriers support this legislation?
Correct. And then the council, the organization that they are part of.
Representative Priscelli.
Thank you for taking my question. This is an issue I'm sure we were not aware of. However, unfortunately, I have family experience with bone marrow transplant, which is not technically an organ, I guess. So would that type of issue be covered under this bill?
We have not heard of a lot of discrimination for bone marrow donors in this way. We tend to work when we do other legislation that addresses unpaid and paid leave. We do a lot more with that particular community. But as far as we have not heard about them being subject to the same levels of discrimination from insurance providers.
Oh, interesting. It would be.
It would be. We just that they're not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Bullion.
Thank you for taking my question. It's not about insurance, but it's about donors. If a young person dies in a car accident and he doesn't have it listed on his card that he would be a donor, could the parents decide that he was going to be a donor? Do you know that?
I don't for New Hampshire. I'm not sure if there's a particular regulation about that in the state, but I can't speak to that.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have one more card left. I have Representative Munns, who promises a 2-minute statement of support. Did you get a card?
John, can you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to be back in front of the committee twice in 1 week. Real treat for me. So thank you. For the record, my name is Chris Munns. I represent Hampton in Rockingham County District 29. And also for the record, my daughter is the Assistant Communication Director for the American Kidney Fund. She works with John in their office in Washington. And her grandmother, my mother, passed away from kidney failure. And she brought this bill to my attention. And I wanted to just share with you our family's experience. Following heart surgery, my mother had complications resulting in the failure of both of her kidneys, putting her on twice-a-week dialysis. She was too old for a transplant, but had she been eligible, she would have jumped at the chance. She was always an active person,
and being tied to a dialysis machine just wasn't her thing. So she made the courageous decision to end those treatments, and that is what eventually killed her. I saw what kidney damage can do to a loved one, and as legislators, we should do whatever we can to ensure that that as many people as possible who wish to be potential donors have the opportunity to do so, so that those people in need of an organ can benefit from it. If this bill ensures that one living donor is able to help one person like my mother continue to live a long and fruitful life, then it is worth it. And with that, I hope that you will recommend this as ought to pass. I'm happy to take any questions, but I know that Chairman Hunt wants me to move on, so.
Okay. We do have a question, Representative McAleer.
Thank you. Actually, this is not a question, but I think it would be helpful, not actually, this, I'm all for this bill, but I'm very curious as to what language that an insurance company might put in a policy that says this, and perhaps you could get that to us? Thank you.
Thank you, because I couldn't have been able to answer that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, so she just wants your testimony. If you could make her life easier. Okay. Have no more cards. And let's see. Peter Leishman is in support of the bill, and Ben Bradley, who was here, is also from the Hospital Association, is in support of the bill. And with that, we will close the public hearing on 11:55. And you got 5 minutes. Bye. so I can say I was looking at the science and technology class, right? Just- we have both of them, both have different times, but neither one is right. I'm told. So, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You want me to?
Yeah, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the House Commerce Committee. Representative Joe Sweeney, representing the town of Salem, Rockingham 25, here to introduce my bill, House Bill 1507, an act relative to innovative financial services. I have given you all a copy of my testimony, so I'm not just going to do the classic read off of the letter. As I'm aware, you all can read it for yourself. But this bill is proposing a sandbox for financial tech services within the state of New Hampshire. What that means is when it comes to regulatory sandboxes, it will allow current players in the financial services industry, as well as outside groups that are looking to come into New Hampshire to offer financial services, to be set up in a regulatory sandbox that can examine some of the regulations that we place on financial services and relax those regulations within the sandbox while still making sure that consumers are protected and that the state's interests are protected. Just to see kind of as a real world example of some regulations that we've had on the books for years that might not still be serving the same way that they were intended to be serving the state when they were put in place in regard just to financial services. I think we're seeing a lot, and I'm sure your committee has dealt a lot with blockchain technology and new emerging technologies when it comes to financial services. And this will just kind of provide a vehicle for a regulatory sandbox to exist within New Hampshire for financial tech. Some other states have gone forward with such sandboxes that they've implemented in the financial tech sector and other sectors as well. And I think it's just it's an opportunity for us to allow for the market and for financial services to create some new products and bring some new products to consumers here in New Hampshire. I'm happy to take any questions. I know I have some others in support here as well. And all the hands, let's go. So.
Well, we'll start on one end. Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. Can you just kind of you said there's other states that have this. Can you give me some examples, like to illustrate, so I can like really
Sure,
understand
it's
what
been
might look like?
recent, but I believe Arizona went through with a financial sandbox in recent years. So there hasn't been.
So
when
but what does it look like in practice? Is what I'm asking.
So it's essentially a relaxed regulatory framework for the industry in question. So it's not always financial tech when states are looking at sandboxes. It's just an ability for industries to play in the sandbox, so to speak, and relaxed regulatory. But all has to be approved under this bill. All provisions, all products still have to be approved by the banking department. So it's not like it's not wild west free reign. There's still guidance there.
Follow up.
Further question may inquire.
So I'm struggling to understand the point. I mean, listen, I like the idea of reduced regulations. If you think there's a regulatory problem, it sounds like this is sort of like we're creating maybe a loophole versus just fixing a current regulatory problem, or like what is the problem you're trying to solve?
So I wouldn't call it I wouldn't consider it creating a loophole. I think it's just giving an opportunity to test some new products out in New Hampshire that otherwise under current regulations wouldn't be allowed. And I will say there are others here to speak on this bill that are a little more knowledgeable than I am exactly on it.
All right.
Okay, Representative Spear.
Thank you. We've seen a lot of products, banking type products or monetary products come through this committee. Based on what I'm reading here, and I'm not an expert on exactly what this says, but I could see a bank setting up a cryptocurrency, and I can see that if they don't have to we don't have any structure for that. We have no legal structure for such a thing as that. So there would be like a freewheeling thing that would absolutely, I don't see where there's any protection for the consumer or for the state for that matter.
So they still have to follow all laws on the books, and they have to be permitted by the banking department to operate in the sandbox. It just allows the product producer, the financial institution that's producing the product, and the banking department to work out the details themselves without having to rewrite statute.
Follow question?
Further question may inquire.
Give me an example of such a product.
the purpose of a sandbox isn't to have a product in mind for. I don't have an example for you. It's to allow the market to thrive. I can't point to you a specific example of what will come to New Hampshire or what will be created in New Hampshire because of this bill. This is just us allowing anything to come to fruition.
Okay, Representative McAleer.
Thank you very much. This seems to me a little bit like putting the cart before the horse. I was in the securities business for, I don't know, 40 years, and I don't see how you can come up with a product before you get NASD or SEC approval on this, and you're not talking about that. To me, I see a potential Ponzi scheme here. I think this is an industry that should be very, very regulated, and this appears to be going in a different direction. And I think that consumers are not going to be protected. Thank you. Comments?
We're moving right along. Representative.
Yes. So I believe that you've answered you've responded to my question. I think others have asked the question. Can you give an example of who, what, and why? Not only how it's working, but who, what, and why. Do you believe that there are others behind you who will be able to answer that
Yes.
question? Because if, in fact, we have this legislation enacted into law in other states, then presumably the legislation is being utilized, and so we would have who's, what's, and why's. So do you believe somebody else
Yes.
will be able to help with that? Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Representative.
Thanks.
Okay, Representative Gibbs. Before I move over to.
Thank you. When I read the bill, and by the way, first of all, let me say, I find this a very interesting idea, but it's not one that I'm previously familiar with. When I read the bill, I couldn't find anything that specified how long the test would be, whether there was any limit on the length or any minimum length. Can you give us some information on that?
That would be up to the provider of the financial service that's in the sandbox for the length of it. And obviously with communications with the banking department as laid out in the bill.
Further question?
I'm looking at page 7 here. Page 7 is the banking commissioner has totally control over this sandbox. So there is a teacher who overlooks the sandbox.
Correct.
So the
It's
bank,
sort of, but here's the thing that got me. You could say is you're looking for a time frame, right? The time frame is that the commission, the banking department, is going to assess all the people who are being assessed now to fund the bank. And so to me, they might just say, we don't want this assessment. We don't want to pay into this thing. And that will put a kibosh to it right out of the block. It will never happen.
so the banking department would have to approve the
Yes.
length of time. Further question?
Further question.
Thank you. The bill says what would happen if the test failed, what the participant is supposed to do if the test failed. But as far as I could tell, it doesn't say what should happen if the test succeeds. That is, what the participant is supposed to do after the end of a successful test.
I would say if the test is successful, we should then legalize whatever framework was in that test. That's on us.
Right.
To
Yeah, I
look
can
at.
see that.
Do you think that
it
that
would
should
come-
be-
It would come to us, and we would then put it in our statutes.
So we would then revise the statute?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you this is your first, okay, Representative Thaxton? Yes. No, we've already heard from her, right? Okay. Oh, really? Yeah, well, I believe that, but I'm supposed to have everybody go give their one question before they can ask a second question. We've done this 63 times already this year.
All right. Good morning, Representative. So you can't tell us products that would be in this, permitted under this bill. And understand my question is based on someone who has absolutely lived through 2 banking crises and been in business and had to deal with this crap. The so you can't tell us what it might be. Can you tell us what it is that we can't, based on this has to go to the banking commissioner and it would have to come before this committee to change the RSA? What opportunity is it that doesn't already exist? Because my concern is, would you believe that Wells Fargo, Bank of America, U.S. Bank, and Citibank sued the Banking Commission in the state of Vermont in 2006 because they were too restrictive on the mortgage lending practices in that state. And by 2009, when Vermont had virtually no banking failures, and the rest of the country where these products were allowed, New Hampshire mercifully just had a stronger economy, they withdrew their lawsuit. So I want to understand, what opportunity are we, if we change nothing in our law, if we stay right where we are, what opportunity is it that we're missing? That if I am a banker and I decide I want to do whatever thing, we don't know what it is, what is it, that opportunity that the state of New Hampshire is missing out that's doing us economic harm?
Sure. I just think in the context of emerging technologies and emerging products, especially in the financial services industry, there's not, if there was an answer for what product we're missing out on today, it would already be gaining steam around the country. We already know it. I think it's allowing that next big thing to start developing in New Hampshire. And it may fail, it may succeed, and setting up the sandbox for that innovation to take place. So there's not a list of products that I can point to as that could come to New Hampshire with this legislation. It's just allowing for the planting of seeds within that sandbox to see what'll grow.
Further question may inquire.
So, all right. What's wrong? What is the restriction on our procedures now? What is it that the banking commissioner can't allow, or why are we, what is overly burdensome now? If I have some new product, I want to offer credit cards at 2% or whatever crazy thing they want to do.
Well, I would say right now, without this legislation, the statutes wouldn't allow an innovative product to come through. So this is for across the board products that statutes don't currently allow, for them to be able to work with the banking commissioner to provide a limited offering of it to see how it can work in New Hampshire.
We have a chicken and the egg problem here.
Right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll have the bank commissioner with her counsel, and they are neutral on this bill. What a pleasure it is to have you,
Good morning.
Madam Commissioner.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. For the record, my name is Amelia Galderi, and I'm the Bank Commissioner for the state of New Hampshire. With me is General Counsel Seth Saraki for the Banking Department. So the bank, as stated, the Banking Department is neutral about the concept of a sandbox. However, I do have significant concerns about how this particular bill is drafted. I'm going to talk about some of the kind of more procedural aspects that I'm concerned about, and then I'm going to turn it over to Seth to talk about the more scary things. So, because I have a lawyer and he can do that. Okay, so from a procedural perspective, I don't think this bill is set up appropriately with regard to funding. So the Banking Department is a self-funded agency. We're completely funded by the entities that we currently license through fines, fees, penalties, and at the end of the day, an assessment on banks, credit unions, and trust companies. This bill did not include a fiscal note for us. And to make this happen, I think the Banking Department probably needs at least 4 positions: an attorney, a paralegal, an administrator, and an investigator to figure this out, because we have no rules about this, right? It's setting up a whole new program. We don't have the resources currently staffed to do that. So that's kind of the funding issue that I see right out of the gate. The other component of it is that it's kind of set up once it's going to be theoretically funded by the applicants to the program. However, right now, the banking department has a pretty reasonable fee structure that's set by the legislature. If you think you need a license from us, it's around $500 depending on license type. And then we have an examination regimen that people pay for, or entities pay for, with a per diem fee. We scope those exams to the size and complexity of the entity. So we try to keep them reasonable. We have a good relationship with our licensees. Certainly if somebody has an innovative product, I always want to hear about it. So I was actually intrigued to find out what innovative product they feel is being prevented, because I always want to know about that. I sat on the cryptocurrency commission set forth by the governor. I try to work with anyone who's interested in any new product. So I'm kind of intrigued to know what's out there that somehow I'm blocking from happening, because I want to know about it. And I think our current structure allows that. And New Hampshire is a unique state in that if something is prevented by our laws, people can come in here and tell you about it, and we can work with them to come in and tell you about it and work with a solution. So I'm not sure that, I'm interested to know who wants to do this, because I want to work with them. So that's kind of a principle that I'm concerned about. Another issue is confidentiality. So theoretically, if we drafted rules and people came to us with an application for an innovative product, presumably that application and the design of that product would be subject to some kind of comment period, I would imagine. It would be a public matter. I think in other states, that's been how this has been set up. And the issue with that is if you have a truly innovative financial product, you don't want to tell everyone about it right out of the gate, because then, you'll have, even as it is, that's, not how things work now. And we still have like right to know requests that come in for any time we get applications filed. It would be all in the public domain. And I believe in other states, I think Arizona, I think there was one in maybe West Virginia or Kentucky. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact data fresh in my brain. But if you go and look at what other states have done with sandboxes, that's why they failed. Because ultimately nobody wants to apply, because then their innovative financial product becomes public. Which eventually it does anyway when you go to the market. But like that initial startup of that product, I'd imagine you don't want that to be public. So those are kind of the procedural aspects, and I'm going to turn it over to Seth to talk about the rest.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Hunt, members of the committee. My name is Seth Zaracki. I'm the general counsel at the New Hampshire Banking Department. So I'm going to discuss really 3 additional areas of potential concern relating to HB 1507. First, as you know, the sandbox that would be created by this bill would be administered by the banking department. And while we appreciate the confidence that the bill drafters have placed in us to run the sandboxes for all financial services, I think it's important to recognize that we at the banking department are experts in banking and certain consumer credit industries. We aren't, for example, experts in the securities laws or the securities industry. So while the bill envisions that the banking department will consult with applicable state agencies in administering the sandbox and in reviewing applications, the ongoing supervision of the sandbox participants appears to be left to the banking department alone. And with current staffing and resources, I think it's difficult to say that the banking department would be equipped to oversee the sandbox with regard to financial services that are outside our normal regulatory purview. The second area I wanted to address are some consumer protection issues. And there's 3 in particular. First, if a consumer of a sandbox participant has a complaint, where would that consumer go to file a complaint? And what would the process be by which that complaint is resolved? Presumably, I would expect the consumer would come to us at the banking department, at least in the first instance, and then we may need to consult with the applicable state agency. But that process isn't provided for in the bill that's drafted. And in our experience at the banking department, having a clearly defined statutory process for resolving consumer complaints is a very useful tool for both mediating and resolving concerns between consumers and business. The second area is that the bill is drafted does not appear to require clear and conspicuous disclosures to consumers of sandbox participants. So, for example, should a sandbox participant be required to disclose to the consumer that it does not hold a license from the New Hampshire Banking Department? Should a sandbox participant be required to disclose to its consumers that it is operating under a temporary test that could end, in theory, at any time? There may be other disclosures that should be made to ensure consumers understand exactly what they're dealing with. And then the third area I want to discuss is what happens in the event of a security breach of the computer systems of the sandbox participant. I think this could be a concern for companies that are using new or emerging technologies, as this bill is designed to do. And so what are the sandbox participants' obligations in the event of a security breach? The bill as drafted does not expressly address this. So those are the three consumer protection issues that we believe are absent from this bill and need further exploration. And these are fundamental consumer issues that we believe should be addressed directly in the statute. Finally, I wanted to touch on the effective date of this bill. As drafted, the act would take effect on July 1 of this year. The banking department does not believe that that date is feasible, given the time and the resources that we've discussed that would be needed to get the sandbox up and running. So that concludes my prepared remarks.
I had one more thought as Seth was talking. Another thing we talk about when we come before this committee a lot is the exemption to the Consumer Protection Act. So one thing that's not really clear in this bill is it an entity that's already licensed by one of our agencies and is trying to do a product, or is it an entity that's wholly unlicensed and wants to come before us without a license, and then how does that interplay with the Consumer Protection Act exemption? That's really not clear to me from this, and is concerning because in my opinion, there's nothing worse than not knowing what jurisdiction something falls under. It can create complete regulatory confusion. So that is also, I think, a concern about this bill that I want to flag. So thank you for hearing us. And if you have any questions, happy to answer them.
So you said other states have passed this.
I don't know about this version exactly, but a sandbox.
Okay, they had the concept.
Yes.
Right. So has anything ever come out of?
I don't believe so. I'd have to go and look, but my understanding is very few people, I don't know if in any of these samples I looked at that anyone actually applied for anything. And most of them in like the two I looked at, they sunsetted after a while. So just by operation of law, the sandbox possibility went away.
Perfect. Okay. Representative Gibson.
Thank you. Back to a very elementary point. Do either of you know why this bill does not have a fiscal note?
No.
The fiscal note is determined by the speaker when they look at the bill. They look at and see is there's a fiscal need for a fiscal note, and then send it to the department to generate the fiscal note. Given that the department is self-funded, maybe they just thought that
The licensed and chartered entities would absorb the cost?
I
don't know.
Of course, all those banks that are not federally chartered would just love to pay for this. So,
thank you,
Representative McAleer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you believe that this reminds me a little bit of that fiasco with the gentleman selling notes, which were a security out of the Meredith Savings Bank? And that was something that the bank commissioner at that time waived all responsibility for, which I think he should have. I think the guy that was doing that was operating his own little sandbox, and really, again, that should have been a registered security. Any comment on that? I mean, nope. Okay.
Well, we have a separate securities division.
I understand that. That's why I think they made the point that the banking commissioner is not necessarily in a position to cover all of this.
That's true. Representative Terry.
So I take it from your testimony that you think this bill needs a lot of work. You need a lot of help with this. But I did asked the sponsor if there were those behind him who might be able to cite examples for us. So in your research, I think I heard you say you couldn't find anything, even though other states apparently have enacted this legislation, and some of the legislation I heard you say has sunsetted. So in fact, did I hear you correctly that you did not find any examples of anybody who wanted to play and was allowed to play in the sandbox, and what happened in the sandbox?
I could not find any examples in a preliminary search, but I'm happy to go and do more research for any work session.
Thanks.
Okay, Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I missed your introductory words, so I apologize. I'll set up my question. I filed a bill, and I think you and I spoke about it on the phone, Amelia, about
A while ago, yes.
a while ago.
Yes.
And I didn't think it would get through this committee, so I withdrew the bill to save myself some grief. So, but it was about state chartered banks that were not FDIC insured. So that would be a financial product, and there's a lot of like fintech innovation happening in that space. There's a bank out of Wyoming called Custodia. I think they're registered in our state, and they are a state bank. They're not FDIC insured. They don't lend money, so they don't have that risk of fractional banking that most banks do. And they have a lawsuit with the SEC because the Federal Reserve isn't granting them an account with the Federal Reserve. And so it gets to that dual banking concept. So if somebody, and a little further, the state of Connecticut allows uninsured state banks. They have a certain charter type that we don't have. That was what my bill was about. But I think that would fall into a category of this legislation where it's a financial product that we're not really sure about. It's still kind of shaking out in the larger economy, but this sandbox idea would, and correct me if I'm wrong, but is that a correct understanding?
So when I think about the sandbox, we talk about products. In my understanding of what you were discussing with me in the fall was more of a whole charter type. It wasn't exactly like a Speedy from Wyoming, but I think a Speedy from Wyoming, special. I always forget what Speedy stands for.
Special Purpose Depository Institution.
Yep, one of those. This committee has considered those before, and the bill got changed into a different form. I think that goes to what I was saying in my testimony, perhaps before you got here, that one of the nice things about New Hampshire is if somebody has an idea about something like that, they can pick up the phone and call me, call you. We can come before this committee and figure out if that's the direction the legislature wants to go in. I'm not sure you need a sandbox to do that. And further, I would actually be more concerned about, I feel like something like that should be fully thought out and it should be fully fleshed out by the legislature. And it deserves that kind of attention. Whereas I think this is much narrower. And whenever I hear it spoken of, it's about products. And when I think of like a financial product, I think of like a specific type of loan or, maybe a very narrowly drawn business model that's aimed to get at something. But again, I don't know exactly because I'm not sure what this sponsor had in mind for a product that would be subject to the sandbox. But I think what you described to me perhaps could fit under a money transmitter, if I remember correctly, under our current regime, perhaps could be its own charter type. But in my mind, that's too big a concept for a sandbox. I would be nervous about that in a sandbox. I would want the guidance of the legislature to set that up.
And I really think that is hitting the nail on the head, which is when I said chicken or the egg, because your job is to regulate and enforce the statutes.
Yes.
And the idea that we're going to give you permission to, create a guinea pig and create a test model and then come back and say, oh, this is great, we should put it in our statute is, again, you're getting the in front of the trailer, the truck in front of the trailer.
And I think it doesn't take into account the nice things that we have about New Hampshire, how accessible the legislature is, how involved, how at the banking department we take everyone's call about any product and are
Right.
happy to talk to them. So you know.
So, but again, the way I read this is that it's going to be something that theoretically, statutorily would not be possible. That's the reason why they're coming to you. If it was statutorily possible, they would just go ahead and do it. So what I read this bill is that there's something fundamental about it that is the current state law violates it. It says you can't do it.
Yeah.
To come and ask the enforcer of that statute to say, won't you, let me go and experiment over here, is just ripe for abuse.
And I'm happy to engage. Like, I really want to know what these entities, if people perceive that our laws are blocking some innovative financial product, I want to know what
You would want to know.
I would want to know so I could come to you and
so
talk
that you
about
can come
it.
and
Yeah.
put in legislation to change that.
Yep.
Fair enough. Okay. We all set? Oh, Representative Pacelli?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. It's interesting concept, but it definitely puts a lot of responsibility on your department to look at the test, terminate the test. My question is about liability. I mean, the product, it doesn't necessarily have to be a retail type product. It could be an innovative fintech product. But as far as liability goes, if it doesn't, whatever it is, and it doesn't work, and the liability is significant and there is harm, who would be on the hook to make restitution? And as we see from bank failures, it's the taxpayer. So how, I'm not sure that's outlined in the bill.
No.
And do you have any insight into that?
No, I don't. And that was what I was speaking directly to about the exemption from the Consumer Protection Act. Because if somebody is subject to the Consumer Protection Act, the Attorney General's office has jurisdiction over them, and consumers can sue that company directly for treble damages. Whereas if an entity is under our jurisdiction, we have restitution authority in our statutes to obtain restitution for that consumer, if appropriate, and bring an enforcement action. And I think that's something that's missing from the statute, that clarity about that.
Thank you very much. Oh, do we have Representative Herbert has a question?
My question is basically, I was very surprised to hear your response in the sense that I don't believe the banking department is that entity that this gentleman was addressing. I was surprised that he put you on the spot. And the fact of the matter is, the financial sector is incredibly complicated. It's very inventive already, and I really don't want to hear my banking commissioner say, "Oh yeah, sure, let's talk to me," because I don't consider that to be your job, and so there's a lot of, I mean, as somebody who sold options in derivatives and that sort of thing, I know
she made it very clear that is part of the awkwardness of this bill, that you're asking her to be participant
Well, no, I thought
of
you-
activities that
I
it doesn't
thought
fall under her realm.
What I
and-
was waiting to hear was, I am the banking commissioner, and I don't think it's appropriate for me to give any
Excuse me,
advice.
a point of order, Mr. Chairman. Do we have a question, or this sounds argumentative?
My question is, why did you
Would you
come in
believe?
neutral? I mean, from my perspective, it was a ridiculous.
Well, okay, so that all right.
Well,
that's
no,
a
I mean,
would you believe? That's a
would you believe?
believe.
I would like to know why you
Okay.
consider yourself neutral in this particular piece of legislation, recommended legislation.
So from a perspective of, is a sandbox a good idea? That's how I'm neutral. You all get to decide it. I'm the person who provides you with facts about if you tell me you want a sandbox, it's my job to explain to you how I think that sandbox should be set up and operated in a way to protect consumers. So that's what I mean when I say neutral. Like, from a policy perspective, I don't set the policy. The legislature sets the policy, and I can give you advice about it.
Representative Ammon.
She's not the same.
I just have another question. Thank you. Just while you're here, we've had discussions about stablecoin, regulatory framework. something like that would fall into the sandbox, could potentially fall into the sandbox. I'm just throwing that out there while you're here. You know, if you have any ideas on it, I'm curious.
I'd have to see what that means. So I'd have to think about that.
All right, we can
I'm
talk.
sorry. We can talk about it after.
And that might be state treasurer anyway.
Yeah, that
Okay. But in my mind, just so you know, what I've been discussing with him is that I don't have a problem with the bullion. It just needs to be a private entity. It needs to be
Yeah, I wasn't
a
talking
separate
about the
business
oh.
that could be regulated by the banking department. So,
I wasn't talking about a bullion depository.
Oh, you were talking about
something different.
oh, okay. So, okay. I was wrong. I was wrong. I misunderstood. Thank you very much. I have
Thank
one
you.
card left. Sarah Scott from Americans for Prosperity, New Hampshire, and welcome to the Commerce Committee. And you're really only going to take 2 minutes? Okay.
Turn the mic on, sir.
Yeah, you press the button. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Sarah Scott, and I'm the Deputy State Director for Americans for Prosperity here in New Hampshire. This is a different committee for me. Usually I am in a different one, so it's nice to be here and meet all of you. I'm here to testify in support of HB 1507. So I know we've talked a lot about what exactly a regulatory sandbox is. So I kind of wanted to dive into a little bit more of your questions rather than the testimony I was prepared to give today.
That would be great.
So essentially, the regulatory sandbox is a testing ground for new innovative products or services. It's essentially a way to keep the consumer safe while allowing the business the opportunity to come up with new innovative ideas and to have that discussion with the regulators and kind of figure out what are the gaps that we're seeing, what is currently blocking them from having these kinds of products. So I don't think the goal is to cater this to a specific business that's saying, you know, something is currently blocking us, because I do agree that if the case is that there's something, a current law or regulation, we do have the process to go through the legislature and address that. I think this is more focused on products that we don't know how they fit yet into our regulatory structure. Financial technology in particular is just moving at such a rapid pace that our regulations just can't necessarily keep up with it. So something that even if we updated, which we do, rules and regulations every single year, somebody is always coming up with a new idea that we just hadn't even thought of. So this provides that framework to work with the regulators and the Banking Commission to kind of figure out what that looks like so that we can come to the legislature and say, these are the things that we need to change for all businesses. So right now, I think 14 states have passed a framework for this, some kind of sandbox. Some are looking specifically at the financial technology industry. Some of them are broadening that out to encompass other industries as well. But right now there are 14 states that have passed that. And I believe that there are only 14 states that have not considered the legislation or aren't in the process of that right now. So it's definitely something that a lot of other states, especially in the Northeast, I think Massachusetts is looking at this legislation this year. I did hear something about Rhode Island as well. I can't speak to the specifics on that. That was just something that somebody had shared with me yesterday. So it's something that I think is going to be a continuing conversation over the next several years as more and more states look at how they are going to be kind of that beacon for innovation and entrepreneurs. And so I think really this is a lot about showing businesses that we are the spot to welcome them in, that we are happy to work with them to figure out how their business might fit in with our current structure or what needs to be changed. I know we do have a very accessible legislature and the banking department. I think that giving kind of like a framework for this and saying we have a sandbox is a great way to be that beacon that we like to be in general for New Hampshire. You know, we like to pride ourselves on being the place that people want to move to, whether it's, you know, the best place to raise a family, the best place to start a business. We also want to be that beacon in the Northeast for entrepreneurs and innovators to make sure that they are looking to us as a place to start up their industries. I did want to mention, let's see, This has been a bipartisan movement across all of these states, so it's not something that it's only Republicans or only Democrats working on. I always really enjoy seeing that bipartisan effort, people working together on this. I think it's a very complicated issue and definitely something that's going to need some thought and work. But I think it would be something that, you know, a lot of other states are considering, and it would be important for us here in New Hampshire to do the same. Happy to take questions.
Representative Terry has a question.
So I'm sitting here and I'm reminded of the movie, The Matrix, and the question, is he the one? And I'm wondering, is she the one? Are you able to give me examples? You've cited 14 states where this legislation has been enacted. Are you familiar enough with this issue so that you can give us an example or two of what and why?
So,
Thank you.
yes, so I'm going to look it up on my phone here. I have the list open. There are currently 37 businesses that have gone through or are currently in a sandbox across the 14 states. So it's not something that we're seeing, you know, like 40 or 50 businesses applying for in every state. I think it's something that, for the most part, we're expecting that the regulations aren't overly burdensome, but there are some innovative technologies that we haven't kind of come for yet.
Follow?
Uh,
So,
question,
since there
Madam
are
Clerk.
37, can you cite one?
Yes.
What it looks like and why it's in the sandbox.
Yep, that's what I was just getting to next. I have the list open here. So, for example, I'll just read off one of them called Grain Technology Inc. So, it's an application that offers consumers personalized saving plans and credit opportunities through their existing bank account. There's another one, Omni Mobile Inc., which is a financial service platform implementing an array of technologies to improve today's payment systems through the utilization of direct ACH payments through OM centralized wallet infrastructure. A lot of these, I'll say, I don't have the technological wherewithal to understand the technology, but there's a list that I'd be happy to send around of what those different businesses are.
That would be great.
It's listed on like the what? Yes, it's listed on each of the states' websites, so I'll just send you the link to each of the states, so you have to click through and see that.
That would be great. Thank you.
Perfect.
Representative Spear.
I want to say this question correctly, but we just heard from the banking commissioner that they have some very serious concerns about consumer protection, and the bill has nothing in there for that in reality. And you said that this was all for the consumer, and you know, stressed all that, even in light of the fact that this bill has no consumer protection. Are you folks considering rewriting this or just leaving it this way?
I am not the author of this bill, so I couldn't speak to the original intent, but I believe this is the language that was passed in other states. So I think it would be fine to, I don't think the intent of this is to, you know, take people out of that Consumer Protection Act. I think that adding clarity to that could be helpful. I don't have an opposition to that.
So, Representative Spear, I will entertain the question, but can we be a little more specific to the bill or something rather than the 64?
Excuse me, I'll just go by the links that she said. I will go to the states and go look it all up.
Perfect. Great. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who would like to testify? Bankers don't want to testify. Representative Grassi, do you mind looking at the blue sheet for me? And you know what? Let's do it. Let's change our system here. Why don't you just read blank? Okay, I was going to have you just read it out rather than having to pass it around. With that, we will close the public hearing and see you all after lunch for our exec session.
If anybody has written testimony, could you just supply me with the testimony, please?
No, I'm all right, I think. Okay, first one is 1183. And I look like I'm the one who's making the motion. Okay. So my motion is to interim study, seconded by Representative Patusek. Prohibiting sale of agricultural land and land essential to critical industries to China. This is an ongoing issue across the country, and so we want to make sure we have a vehicle available for us here in the Commerce Committee. If this was ever going to be a problem or something has come up in New Hampshire, we want to be able to act quickly. So the best way to do that is to hold this bill as an interim study. Any discussion on the motion of interim study? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Here it is. Interim study is
It-
the motion.
Motion 1183.
Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Representative Graff. Sorry, I have a
Can
few
you
new
turn
ones.
on your speaker?
Oh, sorry. Thank
How
you.
did he get there?
Well,
Don't they do Republicans or? How did he- Okay.
well, because he replaced.
That's
No, he didn't.
No,
I
he
don't know
didn't.
who he replaced,
Okay,
but anyway.
we're having fun.
All right, Representative Patusek.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Post. Yes. Representative Enkelberger.
Anchorberg.
Ankerberg.
Yes.
How do you vote?
Yes.
Okay. Representative Pacelli. Oh, where? She was here this morning.
She's testifying.
Oh, okay. So nothing. Representative Thaxton. Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative Clerk votes yes. Representative McClear.
Yes.
McLear. And who's Lisa? Carrie. Representative Carrie?
Yes.
Okay. Representative Calabro.
Yes.
Okay, so okay. Representative Gibbs. You're
Yes.
next. You were next. Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. And Chair Hunt.
Yes. Yes. Okay, motion.
So, yeah, and Representative McHugh votes yes.
How did I get you?
He's the one that replaces Osborne.
Oh, there you go. See, your name wasn't even on here. I should know that.
And Grassy replaced Sean.
You're right. No. 1, 2,
It's
3, 4,
19 because we're missing
19 to 0.
Portelli.
Yeah.
Okay, motion passes, vote 19 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved unanimously. I did.
I need to work on this.
I am. Okay, House Bill 1198 relative to liquor stores. Representative Patusek, second by Representative Ammon, moves ought to pass. Representative Patusek is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee agrees that highway stores that have a lot of traffic should be open for business, and because it makes more money for the state. So, plain and simple.
Okay, the committee passed this legislation last year. The Senate killed it, but we're going to give it one more try and hope that the Senate might see their way with this bill. Okay, any more discussion on the ought to pass motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Okay, so it would be you that's
No,
who's he?
Osborne is replaced by
By
Representative
McHugh.
McHugh.
Right, there you are.
Yes.
Sorry. Representative Patusek.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Post.
Yes.
Anchorberg, yes.
Okay, thanks. Representative Pacelli. No, she's not here. Okay. Thaxton, Representative. Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yeah.
Clerk. Yes. Maclear.
Yes.
Representative Carey.
Yes.
Representative Calabro.
Yes.
Representative Grassi. He left. Okay. Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. And Chair Hunt.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 18.
18 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved unanimously. And Representative Grassi is MIA. Okay, well, he's going to come back, right? He's just testifying? Okay.
What was the vote on that one?
You want to
0.
you want to write the blurb? Okay, today. Before you leave. Okay. All right, so the motion is interim study. Seconded by Representative Burrows.
We're on
1207,
Yeah,
single
sure.
use.
Okay.
Single use.
Yep.
And would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Lau?
I move interim study. We feel that there are some good ideas behind this. However, the actual lack of parity across commerce is an issue. There's a number of other issues with this bill. I'll try and illuminate that. But the cost to the consumers in the industry right now are pretty prohibitive. They're running in single-digit margins, and this is just not the time to introduce this particular type of legislation. But if the economy should get better, it's certainly something to consider. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion of House Bill 1207? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Osborne.
McGee.
McGee. Sorry.
Yes.
There's too many names on here. Representative Patusik.
Yes.
Terry.
Yes.
Post.
Yes.
Ankerberg, yes.
Thanks. Pacelli is
I
not
like
here.
Ankelberg better.
Thaxton. Representative Thaxton.
Thaxton.
Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Burrows.
Yes.
Herbert.
Here. Yes.
Clerk, yes. McAleer.
Yes.
Vincent. Representative Carey.
Yes.
Representative Calabro.
Yes.
He's not here either. Representative Spear.
Yes.
Oops. Oh, sorry. Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Sullivan. And Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
So 18 to 0.
Okay, motion carries. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay. House Bill 1232. Representative Spears, seconded by Representative Patusek, moves interim study. Representative Spears recognizes speak to her motion.
The Federal Reserve has not made any determination as yet as to what a central bank digital currency looks like. And they have also indicated that it will take a law being passed by Congress. So until we find a little more clarity on what this is, we're going to study it for a while and make sure we know what's going on before we decide to ban something that we don't know what it is.
Great. Any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon.
Yes.
McHugh.
Yes.
Patusik.
Yes.
Terry.
Yes.
Post.
Yes.
Ankerberg, yes.
Thank you. Representative Pacelli. Pacelli?
Don't worry, I can't pronounce her name either.
Representative Pacelli.
She's not here.
Oh, I'm looking at Calabro. Thaxton.
So how many martinis did you have?
Walsh. Burrows.
Yes.
Herbert.
She'll get this eventually. Ankerberg.
Clerk, yes. McAleer.
Yes.
Ankerberg. Representative.
2 votes.
Representative Calabro.
Yes.
And Grassie's not here. Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Carrie still needs to be counted.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Sullivan. Yes. Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
18 to zip.
Excuse me?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I did.
Just think Mariah in your head, okay? Dancing
I know,
across
but
the boat.
I checked off. Did I call
Representative
Vincent?
Mariah.
Because I checked off Vincent. I
Mariah.
should have. Okay. We're good.
She just said think of Mariah.
Uh-oh.
I want.
Got it.
I want what she had.
Well,
Okay.
there's a lot of.
I know. Okay.
18 to 0.
All those in favor of placing House Bill 1232 on the consent calendar, please say aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. It's not. I had to do clerk one year. That was enough for me. Okay, House Bill 1406. And let's see. I have
ITL?
Representative Spear. Inexpedient to legislate, seconded by Representative Bulio.
Mhm.
Representative Spear, you're
Uh,
recognized to speak to your motion.
Okay, yes, thank you. This bill wanted to ban the ability of a manufacturer for selling products that were geared towards women specifically at a higher rate than those geared towards men. However, it would be almost, according to the Justice Department, it would be almost impossible to tell the difference between such a deliberate act and whether or not it had anything to do with the production run. For instance, if something is pink, for instance, it may have a very short production run and therefore cost more money just because of that. So since it is almost unenforceable and we had no one here claiming that they had been damaged by this, we decided to ITL it.
Okay, any other discussion on the Barbie bill? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Right. Representative Ammon.
Yes.
McGee.
Yes.
Patusik. Yes. Terry.
Yes.
Post.
Yes.
Ankerberg.
Yes.
Pacelli is not here. Thaxton. Walsh.
Yes.
Burrows.
Yes.
Herbert. Clerk, yes. McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Carey.
Yes.
Representative Calabro.
Yes.
And Grassi is not in.
Okay.
What?
Thank you, John.
Oh, we're good. Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Sullivan. And Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
Okay. 18-0.
Okay. The vote is 18 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. All right, next up is House Bill 1621. And Representative Bulio, seconded by Representative Hunt, moves interim study. And Representative Bulio is recognized to speak to her motion.
Liquor stores. We had this discussion yesterday.
That is correct.
In subcommittee, and the sponsor wanted the Liquor Commission to post information about preventative measures and alcoholism, and they decided stop. No. So the sponsor also wanted pamphlets to be distributed in the liquor stores. The Liquor Commission provided us information regarding a video that was going to be produced by the Liquor Commission in partnership with vendors using grant funding to produce information about the 988 number for people that are in distress. So we came up with interim study because that was the thing to do.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion of interim study? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
And this is for interim study.
Correct.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Patusik,
Yes.
Terry,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Ankerberg,
Yes.
Puccelli,
Yes.
Thaxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert, Clerk, yes. McAleer,
Yes.
and Representative Carey,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
no, he's not here. Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, and Chairman Hunt,
Yes.
18-0.
19.
Oh,
Okay, motion passes 19-0. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay, so we're going to skip over the Cannabis 1633. And just to remind everybody, we will be doing a subcommittee on that Tuesday morning. And you will see, because actually Carrie already sent it out. So what my strategy is that we have 18 liquor bills, in which obviously the cannabis was considered one of them. We will spend the rest of the day discussing in subcommittee, the liquor subcommittee, all those different bills and what we want to do with them. So that will be Tuesday, and then we'll be execing on Wednesday afternoon, and we'll be doing health insurance in the morning of Wednesday morning. I think there's only four bills for health insurance. Okay, moving right along. House Bill 1636. Representative Thaxton, seconded by Representative Patusek, moves interim study. And Representative Thaxton is recognized to speak to his motion.
Hi, this is regarding motion to interim study HB 1636 FN. This bill establishes a New Hampshire container deposit refund recycle and reuse system. It establishes a producer responsibility organization to implement a beverage container recycling redemption refund program to issue redemption refunds to consumers for beverage containers. It contains labeling requirements, establishing performance targets for the PRO, contains reporting requirements, requires the PRO to establish an operations advisory committee and an equity and access advisory committee, and contains provisions concerning reimbursements, enforcement, administration, and other provisions. This proposal, being a complex combination of public and private stakeholders, requires a greater study before this committee can make an informed recommendation to the House. We recommend this bill be moved to interim study before final action is taken.
Perfect. Any more discussion on the motion of interim study? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll
hang on.
when she's ready.
Okay. This is 1636. Interim study. Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Patusik,
Yes.
Terry,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Angerberger,
Yes.
Pacelli? Representative Pacelli?
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. McAleer,
Yes.
Vincent, Representative Carey,
Yes.
Calabro.
Yes.
And she's not here. Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan. Yes. And Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
So 19.
Vote is 19 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, next up, House Bill 1645, establishing a condo dispute resolution board. Representative Thaxton, seconded by Representative Patusek, whose interim study, and Representative Thaxton is recognized to speak to his motion.
This is a motion to interim study HB 1645. This bill establishes a condominium dispute resolution board and the position of board administrator in the Department of Administrative Services to resolve matters involving condominium associations and unit owners. This bill also makes an appropriation to the Department of Administrative Services for the purpose of funding the position. This proposal, being a complex combination of public and private stakeholders, requires greater study before this committee can make an informed recommendation to the House. The motion is for interim study.
Any discussion on the motion of interim study? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Yes.
Patusek, Terry,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole.
Anchorman,
Anchorman.
yes.
Sorry. I have it right here too. Pacelli,
Yes.
Thaxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. McAleer,
Yes.
Carey,
Yes.
Calabro.
Yes.
He's not here. Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan. Yes. Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
19.
Motion is 19 to
to
zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved unanimously. So, not to say that Commerce doesn't pass something, here we go. 1649, relative to prohibiting certain products with intentionally added PFAS. Representative Spears, seconded by Representative Burrows, ought to pass on the amendment, and the amendment number is
0352.
Wait,
His amendment for PFAS. Did you get that?
is this the one that,
this is PFAS.
I know, but is who put in the amendment?
Representative
Okay.
Beatle's name's on it. Yeah.
Okay.
0356.
0356 is correct. I'm sorry, I didn't have it in front of me, so I guess I should have.
Adoption of amendment 0256.
Yes.
Someone is? Okay.
No, right. You would think this committee would be more equipped. Yeah, we want to make sure we have the right number.
I'm sorry. Do you have it? I have it. Which one is it? Zero three five two. That's what I thought. Zero, I'm sorry. 0352.
352.
0352.
It should be in the
Can you
file.
refresh our memory on what the amendment
not in
They
this
don't
file.
give you, they don't give you the
says?
file. Okay.
Can you refresh our memory on what the amendment says?
So Representative Spear is recognized to speak to her motion.
The original bill had in it some features that, well, let me start from the beginning. This bill and the amendment was made as a bipartisan effort to address a very severe problem that's happening in New Hampshire with respect to the PFAS contamination that we face in our well water and our land waste, in products that we use most commonly with the very high PFAS load The original amendment had in it some labeling requirements and another couple of features. And in order to address the opposition, those features were taken out. So it's essentially the same bill as what it was before, but we addressed all of the opposition discussions that went on in the committee meeting, and the final bill is represented by this amendment. We're going to, with this amendment, and if we pass it, it joins 14 states in trying to address this problem. Some states have taken much more severe approaches than we're taking, but we feel in this environment that this is the best bang we can get for our buck, if you will, in addressing a problem that affects all of us.
Great.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? Representative Hammond.
Thank you. I just want to state my position on this bill. I'm going to be voting yes on the amendment and no on the final passage of the bill. I'm worried that we're banning products that are useful in the marketplace without hard concrete evidence to support it. And I'm not discussing the bill, I'm stating my position. So thank you.
Representative Thaxton.
My position is exactly the same as that of Representative Hammond.
Okay. So I got a phone call, or actually an email from BIA and telling me they want to be in opposition to this bill. And I go, well, where have you been? And that we have multiple times I have asked for, if there's any opposition to this bill, please speak up. Forevermore hold your peace. Having said that, I do believe that we have narrowed it to, with this amendment, we have narrowed it down to of only a handful of items, but that upon my insistence, we have a section for exemptions. And I go on public record right now on YouTube that any company in New Hampshire that has a product that they cannot replace, please, and that somehow got included in this list, please let me know, and we will absolutely look at it and consider to adding it to the exemption list. But at this point, the problem is that I think even manufacturers probably have no idea whether there's PFAS in their products or not, because they're getting it from third-party suppliers who may or may not tell them that what's in that product. Representative Spear.
There is a requirement by the EPA that every manufacturer and distributor of PFAS put their PFAS formulations into a database that the EPA is responsible for. So they better pretty quick on figure out whether or not they have PFAS. So I don't think that they can really rely on just pretending they don't know. And we heard witnesses, especially from the DES, that said, if there is a question, the DES will test it.
Right.
And they have that capability.
And that's really, in terms of the other piece that we've done in this bill, is to model it what we did with mercury in terms of creating this clearinghouse, using a consortium of other states in the clearinghouse. And so that we're not reinventing the wheel here and dealing with PFAS. We are basically picking up where we did with mercury, and I'm pretty sure I don't see any mercury around. The end of the day, the most important thing, the message I want everyone to understand is what's driving this legislation is the waste system. And that is that if I was Waste Management, who did come in support of the bill, I would be deathly afraid that this product, some of the stuff would show up in my landfill without me knowing it, and then it somehow seeped out and they would be liable. And so it's already there.
Yeah.
There's no doubt PFAS is everywhere, right? It's in all of us already. We just don't know how much we have. So the idea is that it somehow we've got to stop the train in terms of having this PFAS showing up into our waste system. So with that, the clerk will call the roll on ought to pass on the amendment.
Thank you for that. Are you narrowed down?
Yep.
You had your mic on.
This is very serious. All right. So this is 649 as amended. Ought-
We're on the
We're on the
amendment.
amendment.
Oh.
649
okay,
on ought to
right.
pass on the amendment.
Right. I got it.
Right.
I'm going on.
The motion is ought to pass on the amendment.
All right. Representative Ammon,
Yes on the amendment.
McHugh,
Yes.
Yes.
Matusik, Terry,
Yes.
Post. Yes. Ankerberg,
Yes.
Pacelli. Yes. Thaxton. Walsh. Yes. Burrows. Yes. Herbert.
Yes.
Clerk. Yes. McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Carey. Yes. Glabro.
Yes.
Let's see, it's not here. Gibbs.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Sullivan. Chairman Hunt.
Yes. Okay, now the motion is ought to
19 to 0.
pass
The vote?
as
19 to 0. 19 to 0.
19 to 0. The motion now is ought to pass as amended. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Who's moving it? Same? Spear and
Oh,
Burrows?
excuse me. Representative Spear, second by Representative Burrows,
And the motion is ought to pass
as amended.
as amended. All right. I have to use these. Representative Ammon,
No.
Representative McGue,
Yes.
Representative Patusik,
Yes.
Terry,
Yes.
Post. Yes. Ankerberg,
No.
Pacelli. Yes. Thaxton,
No.
Walsh. Yes. Thank you. Burrows. Yes. Herbert.
Yes.
Clerk. Yes. McAleer.
Yes.
Carey. Yes. Glabro.
Yes.
Gibbs.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Sullivan.
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
All right. So we have 16 to 3.
Okay, 16 to 3. We will leave this on the regular calendar.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay, last but not least, House Bill 1674, relative establishing the New Hampshire's Legal Tender Act and establishing a state bullion depository. Representative Thaxton, sorry, seconded by Representative Patusek, moves interim study, and Representative Thaxton is recognized to speak to his motion.
This is a motion to interim study HB 1674. This bill establishes the New Hampshire Legal Tender Act, establishes gold and silver as legal tender, establishes a state depository, and enables digital use of gold and silver. This proposal, being a complex combination of public and private stakeholders, requires greater study before this committee can make an informed recommendation to the House. We recommend this bill be moved to interim study before final action is taken.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will be voting against interim study, and I just want to explain why. First of all, it's my bill, so I don't want to
You can do whatever you wanna
vote
do.
against myself. But I want to make it clear, I would like to write a minority blurb and just make it clear that there was an amendment that limited the bill down to just the legal tender portion. And I'll say some things in the blurb about the size of the national debt and how we're approaching what's called a multipolar world where dollar dominance may not be around much longer because other countries are doing things that circumvent the dollar. So we have to think about that as a state, because if inflation comes home to roost, then that affects our citizens. So that would be my thinking behind going against the committee. And I realize I may be alone in that, but I'm okay with that. So thank you.
Okay, Any other discussion on the motion of interim study for 1674?
Question.
Yeah.
So to Representative Ammon's concern, if the bill is approved to go to interim study, is his concern still alive? And therefore, it could come back to us with a broader scope than what it has apparently been narrowed to. May I ask Representative Ammon that question?
Sure.
Interim study is death with dignity for the bill. So that's how I'm looking at this. And it's okay. The amendment just narrowed it down to one portion. The bill
Yes.
had 3 different parts that narrowed it down to one. My preference would have been to work on that and get that amendment passed, but I realize that's not feasible. So that's my assessment.
Okay, I'm sorry. I naively believed that it was actually going to be studied rather than go to die. Thank you.
Right. Obviously, I will always take the perception that any bill that's in our committee, when we have, whether we retained it or interim study it, is always up for discussion at any time. And certainly, as I even said it when we came to orientate, orientate, well, I guess it was a continuing education. I treat study committees as a very important vehicle, a format in which we can have those discussions. And we do have an obligation to meet on it and next fall. And I would say that Representative Ammon and I we had some ideas about how we were going to go about it, but there was a little critical piece that we couldn't come together. So, but is that fair? Yep. Good. All right. The motion is interim study for House Bill 1674. And the clerk will call the roll.
Yep. Representative Ammon,
No.
McHugh,
No.
Matusik,
Yes.
Terry,
No.
Post,
No.
Ankerberg,
No.
Michelli,
Yes.
Paxton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Carey,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
and Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
All right, so we have 13 to 5.
13 to 5. We will leave that on the regular calendar.
Is it 13 to 5? No,
Okay.
it's 14 to 5. I think it's 14 to 5. What? Yeah, I think it's 14 to 5. Yep.
19. Yeah. Got to be 14.
Okay.
Okay. The chair will rule we're out of exec session.
Wow. I should have gone out to lunch because I should have been prepared. For that.
No chasing me down.
It's
Nice.
I had an amendment, but it was never officially. I guess there's a number.
Well, the question is whether you would get up to speed.
I'm just filling out this page.
Right. So you feel like if you wanted to, if your forward,
Oh, no, I got it.
your forward debate would be that you
1406, I have it taken here.
I'm not gonna do it.
We had 1, 2, 3, 4
Consecutive bills that were 18.
I thought it meant, it just has this color.
Yeah.
And I usually, oh.
So in other words, say, we need to put in a number. We're going to ask you to kind of give me
The last two were split,
You
otherwise
can
the
wait
other
on the
ones
big
were all 19.
your motion to theoretically would be
The last two were 16.
OTPA. That way, you would then give them that amendment saying in the calendar. You'll just be listed. So